Since we don't have a cable
Magari Gilin is speaking and we can't
Rerun the kernel of the computer. If I do care, maybe you can text me. I'm Rafa, by the way. You're doing that already? Oh, okay. You youngsters, you see what you do all the time, texting and texting.
So she hears us.
Okay. She can hear, so they can hear us, but we don't hear them.
Dear Tilo, dear Magali, it seems that you are us, but unfortunately we do not have the sound in the other way.
on video.
So we are trying to fix it right now. No, microphone is okay because they do hear us.
She can hear us. Now can she hear us now?
Yeah, she hears us.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's see.
and she sees us, but we can hear them.
Okay, let's test if we can hear here now.
Maybe through the chat if they are able to read it at some point.
It seems it's working right now. Okay.
Oh, Salva, we heard you.
Okay.
You're beautiful.
So half of the problem is fixed because it seems that we can hear you now. So okay, Tino, we can hear you. Thanks. And but we don't see you. I don't know if your camera is switched on.
Yes, I think my camera is switched on. I think the issue is that yeah, I think the images are not coming through because my camera is on normally. I will try once more again.
Okay, we see Magali.
But wait, that is strange that you can see Magali. Let me try to look at my settings.
People are showing up. Yeah.
Okay, Timothy, I'm afraid we will have to do it without image from myself. I'm truly sorry for that, or I should log out and log in again. Perhaps that could solve the issue, but for the moment it seems like my camera is on and I
2 minutes ago.
Indeed, that's why I'm saying that I have a feeling there's little I can do. If you give me 2 seconds, I can quickly log off and log in again. I'll be back in a second. Perhaps that can solve the issue. Just a second.
Yeah.
If she logs out and logs in again, we will need to admit her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tino, we see you.
Okay.
And we hear you. So, okay, floor is yours.
Wonderful.
So,
okay, thank you for passing this the floor on to us. Because it's my name is Tina Delva. I work at the European Commission in higher education units, fully involved in the European Universities Initiative, and it's really my pleasure to be here today with you and to see how much EUt Plus has achieved already now in little time in spite of the pandemic. And I will be happy to hear also about how you intend to implement your vision for the future. because higher education and research are really decisive for the future of a sustainable European society and economy, and also to promote the well-being of our people. And taking transnational cooperation to the next level is key to reach these goals and to build a strong European society to the world. What is important here is upholding and protecting our shared fundamental values of academic and scientific freedom, about democracy, equality, rule of law, and respect for human rights. And we consider that the European Universities Alliances are trailblazers to make the European strategy for universities that was presented last year as a new reality. And I want this joint ambition of excellence and inclusion across all missions of universities to enable you and the entire higher education sector to adapt to changing conditions by joining forces with the support of member states and the Commission. And that is exactly where the European Universities Initiative, a flagship of the European strategy for universities, steps in. You may know that following this year's call, we now have 50 European university alliances involving more than 430 higher education institutions in 35 countries. And we are on track to reach our objective by mid-2024 of at least 60 European universities involving more than 500 higher education institutions of different types and from all across Europe. And we are impressed by all the work that has been done so far by the alliances, because in a short period of time, you have demonstrated your determination, your strong commitment in making the long-term European Universities Initiative a success. But let me be clear, European universities are not a simple project, but it's really an ambitious vision to build the universities of the future and transforming the different levels of your institutions. You are working towards the creation of European and university campuses where students, staff, and researchers enjoy seamless mobility. And you are adopting challenge-based approaches to learning, teaching, and research, and you are putting together students, academic researchers, and public and private actors together in knowledge co-creating teams. You are trying to be more inclusive by opening up your higher education to more learners, offering flexible learning programs as well. And what we see now is that the existing European Universities Alliance, such as you here in EUt+, you are at a turning point. You need to move from an experimentation during your initial 3-year pilot phase to mainstream your activities to more faculties, to more students, to more staff, to more departments. And you need to foster the offer of innovative pedagogies based on challenge-based and transdisciplinary approaches. So we very much welcome the high level of ambition of the European University of Technology, and now comes the time of really implementing this vision into concrete actions available to all. And we know that it takes time to build a true European university. We know it requires a lot of effort from all of you. And we expect these European universities to really implement this transformation that is put down in your long-term missions, because this is really well beyond any other traditional European projects. It's really not just about receiving the European Universities label, it's really about putting your vision into reality. And from our side, from the Commission side, we are convinced EUt+ manage to involve as many students and staff as possible. And this needs to be done at all levels of the department universities, including all faculties, in order to be really able to achieve the structural, systemic, and sustainable impact that the alliances are meant to have. And this is not only the job of the coordinating team of the EUt+, it is a shared responsibility within the different partner universities for all of you. And we really need to have all levels on board. This is starting with the rectors level, the higher management level, but also the academics, researchers, very importantly also the administrative staff, students, student representatives, all of them need to be on board to make the European universities and also EUt+ a success. Because we know we are expecting a lot from you. You have a lot on your plate, and we know the initiative is ambitious. And of course, we fully count on all of you to make it a success. For example, from the Commission side, we are delighted to see the many progresses you have made. Think about all the European Bachelor's and Master's clusters, your European Laboratory for Pedagogical Action, your mobility maps, your joint Erasmus Plus office, your work towards a legal entity, a joint legal entity, your ambition to become one university. It's clear that you have very high ambitions. But of course, having high ambitions also means that you will encounter challenges down the road. And this is why it is key that the member states and the Commission continue to work closer together with you and the wider higher education sector to overcome these challenges and to find innovative solutions. From the member state side, we have already seen that the European Universities Initiative has incited legislative changes. Take, for example, the example of Spain, where a new regulation was published in July this year, ensuring that universities in Spain can now issue official diplomas related to the European Universities Alliances. For transnational programs, it is in Spain now allowed for Spanish universities to use the name and the logo of the European Universities Alliances, and they can mention also the name of the partner universities on the diplomas as well. And also at European level, we are trying to help out on an enabling environment for alliances. First of all, we are exploring possible avenues towards a possible joint European degree and a possible legal status for alliances at European level. This work is essential to be able to facilitate the deep transnational cooperation, and many European universities alliances are involved in the 10 Erasmus Plus pilot projects on a joint European degree label and a European legal status for alliances. And of course, we are happy to see that also EUt Plus is part of the pilot projects, and the input of EUt Plus has been very valuable. We met, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago with the pilot projects, and we were happy to have Timothée, Janina, and Raphael there. So we are looking forward to a continued cooperation there on the Erasmus Plus pilots, because based on the Erasmus Plus pilots, we will define next steps closely together with member states. So this is really key for us to have a good input on these pilot projects. Second, apart from the joint European degree and the European legal status, we are also working towards a European quality assurance and recognition system. And here the aim is to really support robust and future-proof quality assurance systems across Europe that could be a basis for trust and transparency, and really enabling in-depth transnational cooperation and seamless mobility. This is, for example, key for the setup of quality assurance and accreditation of joint transnational educational activities and programs at all levels. So this, of course, links to the pilot projects. Also here, we are working hard to facilitate your life. And the third element we are working on is a framework for attractive and sustainable academic careers, because in our view, high-quality staff are essential for thriving European higher education institutions and for deeper transnational cooperation. Yet, we are aware that sometimes you face uneven recognition of your diverse roles on top of research, such as teaching, the development of transnational education activities, of micro-credentials, or even for mainstreaming sustainable development in your educational offer. So this is where we will also promote a more balanced recognition of the different roles. Last, we are also working on the long-term engagements of the European initiative, because we really are in this initiative for the long run. We are already providing funding to the alliances with the Erasmus Plus program up to 2028-2029. The Erasmus Plus budget has significantly increased compared to the pilot phase, with a budget of almost 1.1 billion. We have almost tripled the budget per alliance compared to the pilot phase. So now it is up to 14.4 million per alliance. And from our side, we want to reassure you that our funding support will not stop in 2028-2029. We really want to continue supporting the European universities, and this is why the Commission has started working with the alliances and the member states on an investment pathway for European Universities Alliance. The objective here is to facilitate a more comprehensive funding approach, complementing the educational dimension with support across all Alliance's missions, including research, seeking also for synergies with national and regional funding. And in parallel, of course, in order to straighten the path towards this investment pathway, we need to demonstrate the transformative impact of the European Universities Initiative. This is why in 2024, the Commission will present a report on the outcomes and transformational potential of the initiative as a whole, building on a monitoring framework that is currently under co-development with the alliances, the higher education sector, and the member states. Because this monitoring framework, it's really important as it will be an essential evidence base for funding post-2027. From my side, I want to thank you, all of you, once more for making EUt Plus a reality. We really count on you, on all of you, to have a continued commitment from your side, to bring EUt Plus to the next level, to put your vision into concrete actions. And so really for the next steps, we hope that you will be able to deploy more innovative learning and teaching approaches to more faculties, to more students, that more staff can be involved, that you can become real role models for the wider higher education sector. And of course, this requires long-term engagement. This is a necessity for alliances to be able to transcend existing cooperation models and establishing new governance structures and to have a sustainable impact. So this is, in a nutshell, what we wanted to share with you. We thank you for your commitment and invite you to continue the road in implementing the European University of Technology. Timothée, the floor is yours. Happy to take any question, if any.
Dear Tine, thanks a lot for your word, and thanks a lot for the strong support of the European Commission for EUt Plus and for the other alliance, of course, by the way. If there is, let's say, in case of one question for Tine Delva, please do not hesitate. Unless we will come back with a long list of questions, you know that we used to do that. Okay, so Tine, thanks again for your words in our kickoff meeting, and see you soon.
Thank you. I wish you a good meeting.
So now I will give the floor to Magali Gillin, who is our project officer. So Magali, floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Do you hear me first?
Perfectly.
Okay, I will try to share. I have some slides, so if you can give me just one moment. Okay, yeah, it was a bit tricky when we test it as well. I will share my entire screen. Sorry, logistic things. Share. Okay. Do you see something?
Yes. We see your PowerPoint.
Okay, right. So first of all, thank you very much for this kind invitation. I'm happy to be not physically present with you, but at least virtually. And it's also a good occasion to see you all. I would like also to congratulate you for the first major achievement of being selected with a quite huge score of 96 out of 100, which is between us the best score. The second important step has been as well formalized, as you know, with the signature of the grant agreement by all of you, and the first pre-financing, which was launched a few weeks ago. Let me allow to make a small focus on this famous grant agreement. which is your bedside book for the next 4 years. And it's the major contractual document, and you should know it by heart. Jokes aside, this is a very important document, as well with your consortium agreement, which is mandatory. It remains internal to the alliance, and it should be concluded between the members of all the consortium in the interest of your internal organization. The grant agreement is composed by different sections, different annexes, with important section for me and for you as well. So the Annex 1 with the description of action, and also with the Annex 2, the estimated budget for the action. What will be exactly my role during this journey? So as a project officer, I will offer my assistance, my expertise. I will guide you for the benefit of the Alliance, of course, during the whole lifetime of the implementation. My role as well is also to ensure that the successful implementation of the EUt Accelerate Alliance. So after 3 years of strategic discussion, as the acronym of your alliance says, you need to accelerate. So you will have to deliver concrete and tangible outcomes and results, as Tim said. Even if the role of the coordinator here is very important, with his general overview of the advancement, the continuous reporting is a shared activity. So the contribution should come from all the consortium, from all the partners, including the associated partner as well. So indeed, it should be in line with what has been described and detailed in the description of action, and particularly under the section, the task, the deliverables, and the milestone section. So, as I said, the continuous reporting will be on the work performed, the main achievement, the results, the impact, also the critical risk, and the dissemination activities. Just to clarify some terminology, what's the difference between a task, a deliverable, or a milestone? So a task is in fact an action, a specific activities. This is the smallest unit of your work, of your project plan. It's assigned to full and associated partners, which are who are responsible for the execution of this task. And it's a result of a milestone, and as a result, milestone and deliverable should emerge from the execution of your task. So a deliverable is a tangible, or it can be also intangible, product, outcomes, or results. It's focused on the main and key results emerging from the task. It's often the results of completing a task or milestone. And it will be indeed assessed and measured on their quality, their completeness, and their alignment with the project, the work package, or the task objective. It can be a document, report, software, prototype, services, leaflet. It can be a lot of type of support, let's say like this. So a milestone is in fact a significant point or event within the project, and which represent generally a task a group or a stage. It's in fact a mark in the progress or a completion of a key phase or an objective. And it's measure whether they have been reached within the specific timing. For me as well, another key element to take into consideration to ensure this successful implementation is, of course, a successful and a close cooperation between the member of the Alliance, but as well with the agency and particularly with me. So hopefully the regular contacts with Timothée and Camille have planted the seeds for a fruitful collaboration, and we are working very hard to reach our common objectives. Just to tell you that to officially launch the monitoring of the 2023 Alliance generation, we will also have a dedicated kickoff meeting beginning of 2014, where all the different aspects of the implementation of the Alliance will be addressed, like the communication with the agency, the amendment process, the reporting, how to manage a lump sum project, and so on. So I wish you a very fruitful and successful kickoff meeting. I don't know if you have questions. I'm free to answer. If I will stop sharing, because in fact when I'm sharing the presentation I don't see you anymore. So okay, I'm back. Sorry. So do you have any question, please?
So thanks a lot. If there are questions for Magali, you can ask them now. And if they come later, we gather the question and we send an email and we take time to discuss and then to share the feedback with you, of course.
No problem, as usual, Timothée.
After we will read the grant agreement.
But
sorry, it's a joke, it's a joke.
We signed it, so far it's done. Okay.
I hope you won't have nightmares if you read it on your bed,
So thanks. And by the way, Magali, thanks for supporting us for all the end of phase one, actually, this last year of phase one and for the beginning of phase two. Because luckily we have the same project officer for the end of phase one and the beginning of phase two. So as we know quite well each other, it's, let's say, smoother to work like that. So, okay.
You're welcome.
Okay, so thanks again and see you soon.
See you, bye-bye.
Okay, as time is flying, I was supposed to talk now, but you will listen to me a lot of actually for these 2 years. So I suggest to skip my slot now and to give you the mic. And when I have to tell, I will do that just after the break. So it's not a problem. So guys, yes, thank you.
Να πάει έτσι ή να πάει με οσθέσιο.
Okay, warm welcome for me as well, and I'm pleased to see you all here, and especially to see many new faces, to say the truth. For the first time, we see a lot of new people coming, which is nice because we're entering into a new phase with all new challenges that we just heard. For this purpose, I will start with this presentation, a small presentation with what we did recently at our university to give you an idea of how we thought to set up the new system to work under this new, let's say, extension of our initiative. And then I will say a few words about the week and some other things, practical things. So if I find how to move down. Actually, a few months ago, you see the date here, we have a Senate approval and then University Council approved also the creation of what we call EUt Coordination Center. We thought that this is the right title to use. It's difficult to do any other fundamental changes because we will need to change the law, which will take years, so I don't know how many time anyway to happen. So we thought that this way we can do it internally, formulate the structure to be able to work more effectively with people. So we established this EUt Coordination Center, and the objective of this is as shown here. First of all, is to enhance coordination. Maybe I will read from here, it's better for me. Enhance cooperation and improve the coordination of the university participation in various EUt activities to maximize the benefits of the BAC. The BAC, by the way, is the Greek acronym for CUT, is Technological University, which is Cyprus University of Technology. So we keep sometimes the word the BAC instead of CUT. It's more understandable to locals, especially. This is the first objective. The second is to have structured information to inform everybody at the university what is going on, to be able, as we hear just now from the officers, that we want to involve more and more people, ideally the whole university, of course, to get involved into this, because now we are talking about serious business anymore. It's not experimentation phase anymore. We have to show substantial progress, as I understand. Then we have effective implementation to ensure the fulfillment of institutional and contractual obligations that we have as members of this alliance. Elimination of overlaps. We noticed in the first phase that we have some overlaps, duplicate the work in here and there, so we try not to have this and spend without any reason our resources to things that we do over and over again. The other one is management and coordination of Erasmus program. Actually, the Erasmus program itself is under the umbrella of this new center, and liaise with EUt structure and partners with the establishment of CUT graduate school, master and PhD. I know that this will require a change of legislation again, which will be time consuming. So at the first stage, we decided to do a graduate center, as we call it, so as eventually that will be evolved into a new school, as you all have as our partners. We know that you all have. The only partner we don't have is ourselves, so we need to solve this temporarily by doing so, and then at some stage we'll manage to change the law and have a proper school as well. Some staff and structure overview of how this new center will be, let's say, established. The president of EUt Center, which actually is going to be responsible for the overall management of the center. People decided that is myself, so I will lead this effort from the Cyprus University of Technology. Thanks a lot. The principal investigator academic council, which would be the Work Package 6 coordinator, which is our responsibility into the new phase, and the research projects PIs. For example, at the moment we have Stegios Giatros and Nicolas Sabatsoulis to be involved in two different other projects. So any other project that may come will be, the leader of that will come into this council as well. Two university officers at the moment for the coordination and the administrative support. One would be our principal representative, and the other will be our representative in ERO, the European Research Office. And at the moment, we also recruit 7 officers to support the second phase, officers and structures. And you see the committees there. No need to read about them. So this is the way we think that we should organize ourselves in order to be more effective in the second phase. We hope we'll succeed. And I'm sure it will be a more structured, let's say, way of doing the work, and not just here and there without any coordination. Okay, after this brief introduction, we'll speak a little bit about this week. I'm sure you have all seen the program. I would like to say that you already know that there are buses bringing you here and take you back to the hotels. The lunch coffee breaks will be hosted, as we already heard from the dean of the school, by the students of this school here. For this purpose, we sent them along, and I hope you will enjoy the food. I'm sure they could a very nice and very structured way of doing the food, so it's going to be scientifically made, but I think it will be good quality. We have also a social event in Anemi restaurant. It's in Wednesday evening, as you see here. I think will be buses, Sullivan, correct me if I'm wrong, from your university to this place at Wednesday evening. Sorry, I wanted to say hotels. I say universities. Say the wrong word. From your hotels at the evening, we'll take you there and return you back, of course. And we have also the rector's meeting on late Thursday evening. Another thing I would like to show is shown here. We have this. I will talk in the next slide, but just to show there is up to here. Actually, the activities in the first 2 days will be in this room. And here we need to split. The review of the first phase work package will be in the next amphitheater, which is at the back of me, a smaller one than this one. And here will remain the people that will watch this lecture here in the workshop. I will talk about that in a minute. I will go to the next slide just to give you some more details. We have an invited speaker. It's a lady, a professor, I think, from Austria and Switzerland. I thought it was Austria, but Switzerland here. He will talk us about, you see the subject, transforming European university to technically enhance student-centered learning and teaching ecosystems, which is our main purpose, of course. So I think it's going to be a very, very interesting talk, and also that is followed by 2 hours of a workshop. And this will happen in this room. So people that will not get involved in the work packages of the previous phase, please come here. It will be a nice opportunity to hear some new ideas of how to move forward. Maybe we can get some new thoughts and new ideas how to move forward ourselves. Before I move on, I will go back here on just to repeat on Thursday. We have in the morning the rectors meeting, followed by the sixth meeting at the presence of the rectors as well. And parallel will be the some work packages. At the moment, we don't have this meeting will be upstairs in the third floor, the big meeting room. At the moment, we don't have information which work packages will be.
Theoretically all.
Theoretically all. So we have rooms available for everything. So let us know how many or who you want, and we'll specify the rooms that will be used for that purpose. And on Thursday, it's some catch up. Those that are late leavers for Friday, yes. That's all from my side. I would just like to mention 2 things. First of all, one practical thing: the toilets is you go out, you face the lift on your right, we open the door on your left is going to be our toilets there. So because we are going to be 2 days here in this place, I'm sure some of us will need first myself. That's a practical information. I think there's a way out in case of anything happens at the back of the room. So there's one door here and one escape route there in case of any unfortunate incident. And another thing is that because we are now at the kickoff of this new effort, which is going to be more serious and ideally will involve the whole university, I have invited in this meeting all the chairs of the departments, or the deans of school, and all the heads of the administrative services of our university to be present so as to hear, to get informed, to know what it's all about, and see where they can get involved in the various phases of the project. That's all from me. Thank you. I wish you all success, and especially success where the kickoff meeting, success of the EUt Accelerate phase, which would be the ultimate objective, also, of course, of all of us, and ideally will lead us to a new university at some time. Thank you very much.
It's a coffee party.
Yeah,
And we would say, okay, whatever is in the deliverables, as far as we have Department of Culinary Arts, everything is okay. So I will take the mic. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Thanks again for the break and the food. And I think that, by the way, concretely, it's not possible to have just half an hour of break because it's not only the question of food, is that I think that more or less everyone is happy to meet each other and so on, and because we have not seen for maybe a couple of weeks or months. So we will see actually how it's actually the next session are happening and are going on, and then maybe we will extend the break to 45 minutes. It's not time lost because the time we discuss with a colleague, we say, hey, by the way, you still have to send to me a piece of this, a piece of that, the report, and okay. So catching up. So maybe we will see if we have to have a slight extension to 45 minutes of the break. So here it will be a very brief introduction because this is what I planned to do this morning, but as you were late.
Linguistic correction. When you write in capital letters, you don't use the accent.
Actually, I didn't put the accent, and I don't know why. PowerPoint added it to me. I don't know what to do with that. And I will told that it's not store Paphos, it's still Paphos.
Yeah, that's
because it's a question of male and female, and I heard that Paphos is female. So she is Paphos. Okay. So Carlos, il tate stin Paphos. Okay. So thanks again for the welcome. Oh, it works. Oh. Yeah. Everything in Greek in Cyprus? No, I'm joking. This is the last time I will try to read Greek. Actually, as basically I'm a physicist, I know the letters, but I don't know how to read them. Like in physics, chemistry, we have this alphabet, but we don't understand what it means. Or I know what you can do with sigma, theta, and so on. This is an angle, this is a sum, but so Einas te sti faci dio. Yeah. Okay, so Marcia Zuldi, welcome in phase 2. And then I will give a brief introduction of how actually these 2 days are organized. About the other days, Soteris did that this morning. So coming back, you remember actually this document we did 4 years ago. Actually, it has been done for the very first application. We used it for the second round, and we used it once again without any modification, by the way, for the last application. So the question is to have, let's say, a progressive integration, and so far we are there. Are we on the promised timeline? For some point, yes. For some points, not. Sometimes sooner, sometimes later, but we see actually where we are and how we have to tune actually our activities to go ahead like this. So phase 2, this is just the continuation of phase 1, and we'll come back on that point. What are the links between phase 1 and phase 2? Of course, most of the materials, the ideas, the vision will be the same, but for 2 reasons, we will have some differences. One reason is we switch from budget-based funding to lump sum funding, and it has lots of consequences. I will come back on that, and concrete consequences of the daily work we have to do and the responsibility we have. So this is one point. And the other one, we were discovering a lot. I don't know if it's possible to have no waiting room.
I will try to manage that if I let in with administration purposes.
Yeah, to skip the waiting room and
You would have to restart and reconfigure if you want.
Restarting, okay. So.
Yeah, sorry for that, but I'm joining with the purpose of you don't have to do that again.
So, one reason for the difference.
Oui.
There is an echo with you. Rafa, we go on the floor. So, one of the reasons for difference is the budget. The budget structure, and we will come back on that. And one of the other reasons, actually, is we were learning, discovering drafting in the first phase, but no, actually, we know more about what we did, what we can do, what we cannot do. We put a lot of seeds here, we see what grows or not, and then actually we support more than one growth and we organize when it's necessary. So, no, this screen. Yeah. So how we do it over these days, these 2 days, clearly the goal and the primary goal of this kickoff meeting is a better understanding of where we come from so that we can move forward together. And I think that there's some feedback from phase 1 that we can use for the beginning of phase 2. And a lot of us are engineers, and we know that if good engineering is always a question of, not only, but always a question of feedback. Having an analysis, and then to see what we can change, what we have to change or not, to have then a better result. So right now, actually, we'll go to our general introduction, feedback on the end of phase 1 and lesson learned, and what it will give for the beginning of phase 2. Differences between phase 1 and phase 2, what is different but what is common too. Some key feature of our build and our external role. But our goal is not to, let's say, have an extensive reading of the build for 1.5 days, unless I know that within 1 hour, everyone will be either having a nap or making emails on their laptop. It's to be as much interactive as we can. So we try a kind of format for that with the room we have and who is around the table, and we will see if it works, if it matches or not. So understanding the build, and not only the build, what is around the build, because we realize that in phase 1, there are a lot of people who actually never really open the build. And most of the material we have is in the build. Is in the build. And as Magali told us, actually, okay, maybe don't sleep with the build. You can, but it's not compulsory. But clearly, Annex 1 of the build, the DOA, description of action, this is a contract between us and the Commission. What we have to do, what we have to provide to keep the money is clearly written here. And we need to understand it, we need to see where it is. And of course, it's about 120 pages. If you add the mission statement and so on, it's something like 140 pages with the annex documents. But we don't need to read all these pages. We need to know where we can find what and what for. So we'll have a kind of, let's say, a tutorial workshop, I don't know how to call that, but working together on that. And everyone will have a look to everything. So it's not my work package, I don't know, work package 5, and I only focus on the 5th work package. No. We know what the others are doing, we know how it's working, and then, of course, we focus on our work package and our deliverable. So details on work package. We'll talk about the partner's role, and some organizational elements in EUt. So Teris already told about this. So on Wednesday, so this previously it's for now until tomorrow noon, and for Wednesday afternoon. So the final report catch-up session for the project manager, principal representative, and work package leader of phase 1. Most of them are here or there, so that they can have an extensive discussion, mainly with Karin and Camille. To have a common understanding of what is necessary. We realize that having a common discussion of that will solve many, many questions we have. Because, okay, we upload all the deliverables, we will see what the Commission is thinking about this. However, we still have to provide the final report to get the money at the end. And the final report is not so easy to build because we need to gather a lot of information and then, in a way, to digest the information to provide it. By the way, I think that most of you know the good news, thanks to not only, but thanks to a bug on the platform of the European Commission and a lot of advocating, actually, of all the agencies together for the financial part, you just have to provide the CFS, type 1 or type 2, according to the amount you have. Okay, just to provide the CFS. It's a huge job. You need your audit consulting firm that will provide you that, but it's only the stamp proving that you use the money in the right way. We do not have to give all the details on how we use the money to the European Commission.
Financial statement, from an audit.
This is a financial statement.
It's a certificate financial statement.
Yeah. This is a certificate given by commissaire au compte for us, or an audit firm that certifies that we use the money in the right way. It's compulsory, and by the way, we upload only one document with everything. It means that if only one partner is late on the CFS, everyone will be late and everything will be delayed. So we need to have all of them. And if you experience trouble with your CFS, please let us know as soon as possible so that we see if we can help you or not. Usually it's quite difficult because this is your national accountability system. But we see how we can manage it. Because if one partner is late, it's not only this partner will have trouble for the money, all the partners who will have trouble. But so it has been fully reduced to just the CFS, so the stamp that you use the money in the right way. And
what's the deadline? It's December.
November 21st for the CFS. November 21st, CFS. Yeah. Yes. No, only with Italian.
Phase 1.
Yeah, only phase 1. Yeah, no. I'm talking on phase 1. So November 21st for the CFS. And if you think that you will have some delay, let us know and we'll see. But we have so many material together that if everyone is late, it will not make it. But this is this part final report catch-up session discussing about that. And in parallel, all the colleagues who will not go there, please go here. Very, very interesting question actually to address the student-centered learning and this new kind of pedagogy that is, by the way, written many, many times in the call for phase 2. On Thursday, so Rector's Board and STICS meeting, in parallel with work pair work package, and I will explain, okay, why there is a lot of to do in parallel as work pair work package. So still welcome here. This is a point of view on Paphos, maybe the most common, but okay, for us it will look closer to that. But the premises are really beautiful, and from the third floor we see quite well the sea. So yeah, 3 kilometers, but the sea is very nice. From there, because I have not yet been on the beach. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, so I will come back with the feedback of the recent experience. It will not be a huge smile. I will be quite bold, but I think that sometimes we need to open our eyes and to have a look on what happens. It's necessary sometimes. Unless it's pretty sure that we will repeat it. But repeating what happened at the end of phase 1 in a phase 2 lump sum system, clearly it will be a catastrophe. So we avoided the catastrophe. I hope we will not yet have the feedback from the Commission, but I hope we will avoid the catastrophe. But we cannot make that twice. So first of all, on the week before the deadline, we were still chasing for 8 deliverables amongst 100, because as you know, there were the small deliverables, and then we gather them in cluster of deliverables. It's quite tricky, but it was like this. So 1 week before, we were chasing for 8 deliverables. On the day of the deadline, 3 deliverables came. And you may guess that it's like when the students, when you have the results at the very end, it's not always exactly what is expected. And to the day before. So thanks a lot to the people in RG working a lot, I mean on weekend and night and so on. It was just absolutely crazy. And thanks actually to some colleagues here or there in the member institution who helped, and it was really, really, really welcome. In parallel, I would like to say that something was not acceptable, but we received some aggressive email. And we do not accept that. Okay, we can be late on deliverable, we can have many, many reasons. But respect between people, I think, is the basis to life in society. And it's not to name and shame. I will not do that at all. But we need to know that it happens even here. So some aggressive email, and it's not acceptable. And of course, when we are trying to upload the deliverable very late, this is 90% of the time what we have with the Commission server. It's too busy. Try later, but I don't have time and still a lot of deliverable to upload. So it happens many, many times. And yeah, it's not to name and shame, but okay, I'm not, and by the way, the strike is not coming from a bad deliverable, but quality of deliverables, sometimes we wonder. We found a lot of sensitive information in the deliverable. In public deliverable, it should be GDPR. There are a lot of points like this, and we had to chase for all the names in the deliverable. And sometimes there were full chapters with a huge list of names, email, and so on, and it was impossible only to remove the names here or there because they were actually entangled in the sentences. So sometimes we just have to cancel or to discard one full chapter because it was not GDPR compliant. And we told everyone that take care of this or that. Or some section missing completely. Chapter 2, Chapter 3. Thanks a lot. And looking at what was supposed to be included in Chapter 2, it was the heart of the deliverable. Or see Appendix 1. No appendix, great. And of course, no answer to the emails. And some surprising elements here or there. And among the surprising elements, okay, a draft like this of a picture explaining, oh, there were a positive mood, and to prove that there is a positive mood, here, please see the picture of the chocolate box. In a deliverable, public one, by the way, it's so if I may. Okay, so of course, we removed it. And sometime quite quickly, so we removed some full section because it was not possible, and sometimes we written some section. So we need to take care of that, of the quality of our deliverable on the form and the content both. So, of course, I have the question, but what is a good deliverable? And we will see to make some, let's say, master class and to help you a lot how to make it good as a deliverable, even if usually the material was quite good, but the form was not, or the opposite. So here, just as a screenshot, I keep an example of deliverable outside of EUt+. This is a KA2 project, if I'm not wrong. So co-funded by the European Commission, an Erasmus project, and it was mainly driven by EUA. And this is a PDF. It's a public deliverable. You go on EUA website, you can find it. And if you go to EUA premises, you can have actually the book of this deliverable. Very well done. If we have a look inside, it's exactly like this. Map, documents, and so on. Well explained, clean, like a book actually. More or less what we would expect from a PhD thesis. Of a student, and with okay, number if necessary, something clean, advocacy, recommendation, should, and so on. So something very clean, explained, and so on. So we will take some time actually to support this and to support the form and the content on the deliverable, because the job we are doing is something, but we need to care a lot on let's say, the external aspect of our deliverable. So coming back to that, actually, of course, we are chasing with everyone. No answer to most of the emails that has been sent, but last minute help, very, very welcome. So I thanks again those who helped at the last minute. However, I'd like to add something. A couple of days ago, I realized, okay, the, let's say, more or less 10 people who help at the very, very last hour. It was strange. 90% of women, 70% of short-term contracts. I think it should ring a bell. It was like the COVID crisis. Who were working as a nurse, cashier, and so on when there was a COVID crisis? More or less still the same. And we are advocating a lot about EDI, think human first, and so on. And when there is something very critical, providing the deliverable, because if we do not provide the deliverable, we have to give back the money. So when it's very critical, who is on the board? Clearly, I would say in a way, sometime, in a way, always the same, unfortunately. So we are talking about EDI, we are talking about think human first, but when we see who is there in case of catastrophe to save everything, it's not balanced in the standard way. So there is something to think about. And there is, I think, a global behavior that you have to think about. I'm not naming and shaming, not at all, but we need to think twice about this. Why did it happen? Of course, we are a piece of the world and we behave like the world. But if we claim that we want to change the world, we have to change ourselves maybe first. And to be strong enough to change ourselves and to say, no, it's not possible anymore to do that, saying only ladies on short-term contract will work 15 hours a day at the very last time, when actually more than 20 emails has been received in the very last hours before the deadline of phase 2 application. asking, did you apply? Is it okay? Yes, and I understand. Thanks a lot. Only one here. Maybe it's less prestigious to upload deliverable, but concretely only one email say, please reassure me. I would like to be sure that everything was okay. At the end, it was okay. Actually, at 11:30 p.m., it was okay. So that's why I wonder, in a way, what does it mean concretely? So it's not to name and shame, but to have a feedback and to wonder what it means concretely, the way we are understanding that. So actually, as a conclusion, and some word received from someone you have seen a couple of minutes ago, in the lump sum system, such deliverable won't do it. So we have to care about this. So there is a need, and by the way, a request from some of you for capacity building, and a more strict follow-up system will be discussed actually with EUt plus rectors, because we cannot do that twice. So as a conclusion, I would say, because we were not able in a clean way to finish with the deliverable, let's see the other way. We will start with the deliverable. We worked on phase one, and at the end, we tried to wrap up everything in deliverables. It didn't work. So let's go in phase two in another way. We will start with the deliverable, and then we'll do the work. Maybe you think that I'm joking, starting with the deliverables. I'm not joking at all, and you will understand this afternoon why we are doing that in such a way. Because what is expected in the deliverable is more or less already written in the bid. So let's have a look to the bid. Let's make a template draft for our deliverable. We have more or less 6 months to do that, so that to the next spring it will be done. And we know where we will have to go, and then we have 3.5 years to go towards what we promised. Of course, we can change them, we can tune them, but first of all, we discuss together, or we read actually together, because it's already in the description of action of the grant agreement. We read together where we have to go, and we make actually the template and the draft of the deliverable with the KPIs and so on. And then all together, we will review on a regular way where we are. Are we, let's say, on the road, on the track, or are we out of the track? And should we do something? Should we discuss more about this? Should we discuss the KPIs and so on? This is an open question for that. So here I'm going on with some words on phase one compared to phase two. But don't worry, I will not speak all the day. I will not be the only one speaking, and you will have to work too, for sure. So some elements here about timelines that change actually is the difference between phase one and phase two. Long-term strategy, but a long-term strategy is a marathon. We need to start at the beginning, to go until the finish line, and to run it in a clear way, in a clean way, unless we cannot make it. So this is a marathon. Where should I go? How? What is my strategy? And so on. Another change, and I will come back on that, the support of implementation works by the European Commission will be for phase one and phase two on project-based system. Phase one actually budget-based, phase two lump sum. I will come back on the difference on both. But we are still concretely a project, even if we are projects paving the way of an initiative. That's why the European universities are an initiative, but this is a call for projects that fund the initiative. And if everything goes well, within 6 years, we should go towards a programmatic approach. Even if we need to keep in mind that there are European elections in a couple of months, we don't know what the results will be. In many, many countries, actually, people is not very comfortable with what the results can be. And new parliament means new commissioner, means let's see. So in a way, we have to be very compelling on what we are doing to prove to, and I will come back to that, to prove to that we get a lot of money from the European Commission. Fair enough, but anyways, so far something like 300-400 million euro. It will be in a couple of years 1.1 billion euro, but we need to prove that we used it in a very efficient way to make something new, so that even if there is a change of commissioner, we can say, no, so much job has been done. We did such, let's say, a starting road that we need to go and we need to go ahead. parallel use of opportunities for applying for other funding during this phase. In parallel, there are many other projects, and and the rate of success is quite high, so we'll have to go ahead with that. And we'll come back to this too. During phase 2, the institute, offices, clusters, tasks, and so on can apply and conduct projects as, let's say, a second funding, but it's really necessary. So the EUt Plus as a project is a backbone, but we need to put a lot of meat on this backbone, and we will be here to help you for this. So essential differences. By the way, you will have all the slides, and I've been asked if the slide of the commission, you can have it them. Sure, we will ask Magali Julin to have her slides, and we will share with them, and you will find them in the sphere of the Paphos week, so you can download them. So phase 1, it was budget-based. I will come back on that. Budget-based means that if we provide the deliverables that are, in a way, administratively assessed, and we use the budget accordingly to the rules, we can keep the budget. That's okay. You keep the money. That's okay. Now we go to lump sum, and I will use the slides of the European Commission on that. In lump sum, the assessment of the deliverable is closer actually to a review for a paper we are submitting. So it will be external experts who will assess our deliverable. So the assessment will be more on the content, even if we need to care of the form, more of the content and what has been concretely done. Some of you has been there at the midterm report of extras, and you remember that the discussion with an expert was clearly the discussion with a peer, and she understood everything we tried to hide, actually. Of course. She was an academic, and she knows. Project-based management. Really, it was a project starting, so we managed that in such a way, but it was work packages, task, deliverable, as the main structure of phase 1. Now we will structure it toward one organization with offices, teams, committees, and so on, with processes of relationship between them, and we will address first, as much as possible, the offices, the teams, the cluster, and so on, and not just task this, task that. Of course, we are funded as a project, but we will try to work as much as possible as a global organization. People in, let's say, ERO, European Research Office, know what they have to do, know which task formally they are working on, but they will have relationship with other bodies according to this organizational structure and not according to timeline for deliverables, for example. Phase 1, empirically informed, we were all discovering, actually, it was a kind of bet, positive bet, actually, but we tried and we have seen. Here, it's more streamlined. We streamline it. We, let's say, cut off what was not very efficient, and we refocused on what was really necessary. It was more an exploratory phase, try and see, and now we are moving to a deployment phase. We have completely to do it to provide it. However, the vision is still the same and strengthened. We suggested a mission statement, and we confirmed it. Nothing has been changed in the mission statement, by the way, and you have seen at the first application, we got 24/25 for mission statement. At the second application, 24/25 with the same. If I may, we were one of the 24 projects of the second round in phase 1. No, we got the best score, meaning that it's having a change of mood in a way. We were just a kind of outsider. It was quite true, because looking at the other universities in alliances, sometimes we were considered as, let's say, the small ones. No, it's another question. Just as a joke, but it was true, I had a question. When you are talking about merging, are you joking? I answer, when you are talking about being a European university without a merger, are you serious? Or another one, it was with Rafa, München Airport. I did remember we were from Brussels actually to Romania, if I'm not. And in München Airport, when connected, we met a colleague actually from TU München, who have been at the same meeting. And where are you from? TU München. And you? And Rafa answered, we are the European University of Technology. And it's going, sorry for you. But if you want, you can join us. So let's ask HDA if they agree that TU München is coming. But no, completely, we were clearly outsiders, and not we became all together really more professional by learning by doing. So This is how we are seen, and I will come back on that with some other example. Exploring the feasible, and now we are clear KPIs based on the feasible and where we have to go. So actually, just changing the slope, creating structure, stabilizing the structures. So, okay, we are going one step ahead, but keeping mainly the same mood. Do you have any question before I?
Maybe you can tell what KPI is, because maybe not everyone.
Oh my God.
We'll come back on that, and by the way, you have the mic or for that. Key performances indicators. Yeah. And so key performance indicators, this is, let's say, the figures on the facts that we will measure to see if we reach or not our target. But then we will work on that, and Rafa mainly will write this. Okay. Christophe?
Yeah, that's precisely related to what I was about to say, KPIs.
Yeah.
Probably some people don't know. I mean, because we discussed that, the deliverables, we were talking about this, and in order to avoid, I can understand that for sure. But one thing is, one thing that has to be perhaps, explained also is how these things work. I mean, you gave an example. Now we have an experience on it. I mean, personally, I do know how to do deliverables in physics, that I do.
I guess, so your position.
I think I know I can do this. At least that's fine. But for other things, most of the deliverables here, personally, I don't know. Well, I do know now, but and so I think perhaps one of the issues is also to explain clearly what's expected, and how, and some of the, some of the outcome and so on. So what you're saying is starting with the deliverables. Well, you said they're written anyway, so you have to do this. But yeah, making a plan and so on, and see what a good deliverable looks like, so that we can. I think that's perhaps more would be a lot more efficient for the phase 2. I agree.
You're absolutely right, and I thank you for this. Mainly for this, let's say, day, because this afternoon and tomorrow morning, it will be reading the bid and understanding what is in the bid and what is the level of expectation, so that people can see where the KPIs, what is expected or not, what is, let's say, the level, the degree of freedom we have or we don't have, if there is a catastrophe, if something happens like this, how we can manage it. This is mainly what we will do for this day. Then we will mainly let you having a look of how to structure the deliverable, and we will be for these 6 months with you saying, okay, it's acceptable, it is not, or here we need to take care to this risk or that risk. So that's why we prefer, let's say, to co-design the deliverable. And you can let us know as a work package leader or task manager that, okay, I don't feel it. I think here it's not possible. Or we will need this and that as critical point, and we need to focus. And together we see if it makes sense or not. What is the target, the deliverable? What is the road? Mainly you can tell us, and we can help you, of course, and we are here for that. And then we say, okay, we think that is a good deliverable. But I remember it was like when I was a master student and trying to write my first paper. And when I give that to my supervisor, the paper came back with more red than black. I didn't understand. But of course, he has something like 300, 400 papers, and okay, he knows. It's the same here. Okay, we upload something like 100 deliverables. We did the job for the lump sum deliverable of extra. We know more or less what is expected. We know, in case of question, whom we can ask to. So then we will help you for this. And this is clearly a role to help you. And I prefer helping you co-designing the deliverable than saving when it's too late.
So you said 100 deliverables?
No, it will be 23.
No, but
yeah.
So 8 of them were, let's say...
1 week before the deadline, 8 were late. But 2 weeks before the deadline, it was another order of magnitude. Yeah. Statistically, 8%. No, if you look 2-3 weeks before the deadline, you see that. Okay, it was a catastrophe ending. Okay, but clearly we'll try to help you. And by the way, we'll ask you some questions like this. What do you expect clearly from us on this point, on that point, so that we see how we can manage it together in a better way. Okay, is there any other maybe question or remark or?
Maybe, is it possible for the others to get a mic for the audience?
Yeah, a fine mic.
Yeah. Do you think it will be possible?
There is another mic, I have been told. Okay. Okay, here, so it's just some slides from the European Commission, not all the PowerPoint, but I mean, the ones that are the most interesting for us in lump sum. No, maybe half of you knows what it is about lump sum because the extra project is in lump sum, and I know that some of you got a Horizon Europe project. Congratulations. And most of them now are driven in the lump sum system. So it starts like every project with a budget allocation, beneficiaries, members here, and work packages. Of course, I would say it's business as usual. Beneficiary C for work package 1 have 100,000 euros, like a budget based. Where it is changing, it's here. Work package 1, beneficiary A and C were involved. What you can see usually on a standard research project, 2 beneficiaries on 1 work package, 1 beneficiary on the other one, and so on. Here, as you know, all beneficiaries are on all work packages because it's very transversal, addressing every question. It does not mean that, for example, work package 3 is led by EUt. It does not mean that only EUt is responsible of work package 3 and only EUt has to do the job. EUt is, let's say, leading work package 3, but it's a common job that everyone has to do. Like actually Tino Delva told us about 1 hour ago. So successful here, we can keep the money. Imagine that for our package 2, beneficiary B did the job, beneficiary D did the job, and not C. So it's considered as unsuccessful. No money is given. So it's very, very binding. It's like an industrial contract. Some of you already had industrial contracts. At the end, you have to provide the result. We will see that about the budget, they don't care what we do with the budget. But all the beneficiaries in a given work package needs to do the job to achieve the deliverable so that we keep the money. Okay, here only one did the job, that's fine. Only one did the job amongst 4. They don't keep the money. So it's very, very binding. Of course, what happens in such a way? If beneficiary C is not doing the job, B and D will do the job on behalf of C to save what they can. But this is not good management. This is not good management because, okay, sometimes I don't do the job here, but I do it more here and we balance. In case we need to rebalance, we can discuss that. I know it's possible, and it happened for phase 1. A partner can help another one, and we do that. That's very, very welcome. But we should not always think that the other will do what we didn't do directly. So this is one point. The other one is that some deliverables, or maybe I shoot this one and it will be the flying mic.
But you need to.
Yeah.
You can put it on. You do it.
Does it work? Do you hear me? No.
Close.
Or closer?
Put it like here.
And do you hear me? Not sure. I'm not sure it's coming from that. I mean, it's on.
Now, yes.
Now you hear me?
No.
It's done that
I think maybe.
Do you hear me? But I cannot put that on my lips. On the line.
You have a beard, that's okay.
So okay, I can try, but could they?
I will, because they have the press conference upstairs, so
Okay.
I don't have people. I am going.
So let me the mic. This mic right now.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Because this one it will not do it if I have to hold it. Okay, and then we'll see. Okay, thanks. I let it open by chance. Yeah, it's on. Okay, thanks. And some KPIs are built in such a way that it cannot be compensated. And we will go deliverable per deliverable, but if every partner should do something at home, I mean, the other one cannot compensate. If it should be done everywhere, it should be done everywhere. That's it. Tautology, I mean. So it means that we cannot compensate. So it's very, very binding. Okay. Interim payment, final payment means that when we ended our packages, we have the final payment, but all our work package end actually at month 48. So it will be only a final payment. Concretely, you will receive quite soon 30% of your 1.44 million euro. Within about 2 years, if everything is okay, we'll write a letter saying, so far so good. You can see the deliverable, the deliverable of, let's say, the first 24 months, the midterm report, so we'll ask for the other 40%, and at the end, we'll receive the 20% as 40-40 pre-funding, and then 20 validating everything if it's okay. So far, it's a pre-funding, meaning that we are working with a manager of the European Commission that does not formally belong to us. It will belong to us within 4 years if everything is okay. So we have to take care.
But just something that has been annoying me since I first time saw this slide is this sentence that says final payments can also pay partially completed work packages.
I will come back on that. What is a partial completion? Actually, partial completion, we see that is hardly applied to us. It's more for the standard research project. Here, don't read it extensively because it will be shared, and I think that some of you already have seen these four packages. So accepted is the activities has been carried out, obviously. So it's not explaining and so on. There is a deliverable definition. Did we do? What is the deliverable definition? Amendment in case, but an amendment is not always easy to ask. Usually amendment is just a delay. It's nothing more than a delay. But in case of, we can ask for changing something. Of course, we will have a feedback and we'll have to respond to the observation of the project officer, even if actually the observation of the project officer are mainly coming from the expert when it's a question of content, and more from the project officer for the question of form or delay and so on. We have to do that for extras. We can, if necessary, complete the work package later, but for us, actually, it's not a question because all the work package will end at the end. But in case of delay, it can be done like this. But we can have lump sum pay partially in case of technical reason or force majeure. And they are always taking the same example. We are in a research project. There is a catastrophe in a lab. A fire destroyed some devices, equipment in the lab, and we cannot do actually a part of a given work package for a force majeure. In such a case, we tell them, okay, 30% of the job of this work package cannot be done because unfortunately we need to rebuild this lab, it will need a couple of years and so on. And we say, okay, so we can pay you only 70%, considering that this is a case of force majeure. But it means that if we achieve only 70% because of force majeure, and we explain it, we'll get 70% of the money. If we do 70% just because we were lazy, too ambitious, whatever the reason, to go to the 100%, but there is no special force majeure, then it will be, or it's supposed to be 0%. Of course, we can always argue, we can try to find a case of force majeure and so on, but okay, we should not maybe try this hypothesis first. But in case of force majeure, we can do that. And it's done for another reason. In some alliances, partners left or may leave. I hope it will not be the case in EUt+. And in case of a partner is leaving, of course, we will not ask to have all the partners completing something because there is one less. So in such a case, they review the budget, of course. What are the ex post control? And this is how it's done. Proper implementation of the activity and compliance with intellectual property regulation, ethics, integrity, open science, dissemination, and so on. So actually, it's not so far from a paper that you are submitting to a journal. Not so far in the way. And of course, you know what are the advantage? we need to keep records of technical documents. If we are providing a survey on something, if we are saying we did this and that cluster, we need to keep all the documents on which it's based. Publication, prototypes, deliverable, and so on. And of course, we recognize that it's mainly done for research projects. Documentation required by good research practices such as lab books and so on. Okay, it does not directly apply to us, but it means that we need to keep traces of most of the, let's say, pedagogical, scientific, political part of EUt+. And any document proving that what we wrote in the work package is true, in the delivery is true. And we don't need actually to provide to the European Commission. It does not mean that you don't have to do it. It means that the European Commission will never ask us timesheets, contract or payslip, depreciation policies, invoices, and any kind of financial or administrative documents. So it's like an industrial contract. They don't care what we are doing with the money if we provide at the end what we promised at the beginning. So this is how it's working. No more administrative burden with the Commission, no more CFS, no more financial report, but we have to provide deliverable with this level of quality. So in a way, let's say it's riper than phase one. Phase one, we need to prove that we travel here for this, we travel here for that. Christophe, Pierre, and so on, went for this reason and that reason, and they might ask us, are you sure that it was worth going to this? I mean, here we don't have anything with that. We just have to give the results at the end. So it's another point of view.
I don't have permits to let people. So.
Okay.
Because it's only that computer. If you could try to give me permissions, I could take care of that.
You have to close the chat.
Or maybe this whole thing was a way to.
You murdered it.
No, not really.
And they go back to the participant.
Just on it, yeah.
No, and the little dots.
You can maybe co-host me. Oh, actually, you made me. Okay, let's co-host because anyway, there will be extra problem.
In case of trouble, it's you with EUt. Okay.
I'm only told.
So, coming back on lump sum, there are a lot of documents here, and by the way, answering to some question or the one like Christophe asked us, and unfortunately made sense. But, we will always be here to help you answering this question and to explain what we are doing. When we have questions from you, we try to understand deeply the question, what are the problems, where it's coming from. Usually first we discuss with the other alliances, are you facing the same trouble? Are you facing the same question? Yes or not? If it's no, we directly see with our project officer. If it's yes, all together, we make an extensive question to the European Commission, and then we see and we negotiate their feedback, not on behalf of us, but on behalf of 10, 20, 40 alliances. And it's really more efficient. For example, for the financial question, it has been done in such a way, we share actually the troubles we had, and then it was one of us writing to the European Commission saying we have this, that trouble, and when a lot of alliances are asking the same, of course, it's more powerful. So we try always to negotiate to see together and then to negotiate together with the Commission, not to be against the Commission, but to explain that we are in an experimental system and we need to work in a good way. So in case of question, of course, there are resources here or there, but do not hesitate to ask us. Okay, I think, yeah, quite in a nutshell. Some specific objective of the call. I'm coming back on the call now. Here it's only copy-pasted from the call, so it's public material, and by the way, I will share it with you, and you will have the PowerPoint. Long-term vision, transformation of the institutional, bring it to the next level. So our goal is not only to do something together, it's being deeply together, and of course with this idea of eventual merging, it means that it's more than only being together. Develop and implement an integrated long-term joint strategy for education. By the way, it's true for research too, but as it's a call coming from the Direction Generale Education and Culture, they are not really allowed to drive research. So they talk a lot about education, and at the end they told us, by the way, you can consider it for research. And of course we have to do it. So it's a joint strategy. Joint strategy, we'll talk a lot about that. It's more at the rector's level, but it needs to be prepared at every level, meaning that the strategy of UTT, UTCN, CUT, RTU, and so on actually should be a part of a joint strategy. It doesn't mean that every member will have the same strategy, but all together we need to have something that is in a way harmonized and really compatible, going together more or less to the same goal. So common vision and shared value, implementation joint management, share pool of resources. There is a question of the legal status too, and so on. Here, establish a European higher education inter-university campus. Okay, it depends on what we call a campus. For some people, a campus is exactly only a place. For other people, a campus is where we are together, even if it's in different places. But okay, here it's seen as, let's say, a place in which the students are free to move. So the goal is clearly that our students feel at home everywhere in the campuses of our NITE member. And you can see, for example, this target on mobility, the common curricula at 3 level, B and D, and so on. This is from the call. This is not from us. And we answered actually in what the call let us. So here, this is the list of what we had to provide to answer this call. The part that is more connected to research, the European knowledge creating teams. So in a way, this is the square knowledge, and one of part, of course, is academic research, with this point too: innovative learning and training, challenge-based approaches, innovative solutions. And theoretically, we have to go out, I think. No? Okay. 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 So far, so good. Okay. And another point. It should reach the elevator right now, I think.
That's what we were worried about.
I prefer to ask the locals what they think about that. Okay. And another point, actually, you know about the Bologna process, BMD system, ECTS, and so on, and a global analysis showed that for the maybe first 20 years, the Bologna process was clearly a success, because 40 years ago, the landscape of higher education in Europe was a huge diversity, and those who tried to have common degrees or student exchange, it was a nightmare. When the student decided to go abroad 40, 50 years ago, really it was going abroad and seeing something absolutely different. And of course, when they come back home, it was not compatible, not recognized, and so on. Thanks to the Bologna process, we have students who are moving a lot now, and it's just wonderful. However, for about 10 years now, we see that the Bologna process is more or less stuck. It does not go ahead for many reasons, by the way. And this initiative has been done to let's say, restart, relaunch the Bologna process. And they are pushing this point, actually, let's say, to try to restart the Bologna process, to go one step further and to offer, mainly to her students, actually, a better mobility, better recognition, and to try to really have one single higher education space in Europe, and not harmonized, compatible system as it is more or less right now. So we should be actually a kind of a flagship to launch once again this Bologna process. So far, so good.
It was a roasted lamb.
So we guessed a part of the meal. So our bid is a contract to explain what is in the bid, and I'm going, of course, to understand closer and closer to the question of the deliverable and the description of action. And the first feature is, of course, we passed it, and we are very happy about this. And Deva told us we passed it with the best score that has been obtained. But what did we pass, by the way? This is an assessment for a contractual agreement with the European Commission. We need to understand that it's not only we are good, we have a label, and that's it. It's not the proof that we are good. This is the proof that our vision, the management we suggested to go towards the vision, should be one of the right one for the expectation of the European Commission. So it's not getting a degree, it's being admitted in a new curricula in a way, but we still have actually to go to the courses listen and provide the work report and so on. So this is concretely what we pass, and we need to keep that in mind. Actually, we enter something. It's not a label, and then we can do whatever we want with the label. Of course, we have seen that, and you can read actually the assessment. It's just a wonderful words, with what has been told. But let's keep the momentum on which we build the bid. Keeping the momentum, so it's keeping the same idea, keeping the same vision, keeping actually this ambition that help us to rise that. And coming back on this point to the key pillars, actually writing that, it was a clear vision leading actually the writing of the bid. First, it was the vision. We know where to go, and we start writing the bid with a vision that was a framework of what to do. A very well organized collaborative work, actually, so with different level, with a lot of comments and some, let's say, techniques and organizations so that we can gather the comments. We keep some of them, of course, we discard some of them, if they fit or not to the vision, if they added something or not. But it was very organized. Let's keep this kind of organization, or tune it, of course, for phase 2. And an excellent knowledge of the field. Actually, we knew more or less what was a clear acceptation of the expert. We had an idea of who was the expert, even if it's not supposed to be known. But, okay, we knew more or less who it was, what they are expecting, what is expecting the Commission, what the Commission would tell to the expert, what the other alliances are doing, what they are promising, and so on. And it's with this excellent knowledge of the field that we can actually implement both. But, you know, it's like applying to the research project at the European level or the national level. You know clearly what you want to do, you know who to work with so that it works well, and you know what your competitors will do actually. You know, oh, this guy in Austria will do that, this guy in Italy will do this, and so on, because everyone knows each other in a way or another. So that's why it's clearly based on that. And we need clearly to keep this momentum, keeping the vision, being organized together, and knowing what the other alliances are doing, the formal European university alliances, but the networks that are not alliances too, but that can provide us something. And by the way, what are doing our Ministry of Higher Education, what the European Commission is trying to do for the next decades, and so on. So we have to keep that in mind too, what's happening around us. And of course, I will not read it extensively, but we build on something that already exists, and we will go deeper. Some key strengths they really appreciated. So we clearly have a common joint education and research agenda, the reference guide for European degrees, the clusters, yeah, they explain about it, and so on. You can find that in the assessment. Some words actually about, of course, the implementation plan, the management we suggested, and so on, and all the monitoring processes. So this is on what we will mainly base the starting on phase 2. And coming back on that, actually, we had this question, what to start with, what to start by. Read the bid? No. Read the bid? Okay, yes, carefully, and so on. And okay, read the bid carefully, and what about the education package, and so on and so on. So I would say it's like doing research. We start with the bibliography, we go to the workshop, we see what the other groups are doing, and then based on that, okay, we say we will do this, we will do that, let's try this experiment or do this calculation. Okay, so mainly it was my part for this morning. No, If you have questions, remarks, and so on, it's open to that, unless I will give the floor to Rafa for the next slide. Yeah, Sergio?
Oh my goodness.
You got your keys as well.
My keys?
We already discussed this idea of starting from writing the deliverables for phase 2 rather than postponing at the end. So I think it's a very good idea. Having said this, it is a couple of days that I'm thinking about the possible side effect or problems arising with this strategy. Because challenges.
We don't like the word.
Yeah.
Positive.
A couple of dots. If you had problems with the deliverables with a very, very clear deadline, which was the moment in which everyone had to deliver, why being optimistic about the fact that if we give just 6 months to everybody to write a draft of the deliverable, this will work better in terms of commitment and so on? Isn't it possible that people who are in a way assigned the role of writing this draft of the deliverable will say, well, in the end we have 4 years time. Why should we be ready for the first 6 months? First point, so we have, of course, many solutions to address this problem, I'm sure. So I share the idea, and I'm sure it's a good idea, but I see a couple of problems. Second problem, so as far as I understand, we should do as if we did everything is in the bid in the first 6 months. So we have to imagine a world in which we accomplished everything and we are writing the deliverables as if we did everything.
No. I will clarify on that. Okay. Can I say? Yeah. Or maybe because I think because it's something that crossed my mind the way you were introducing. First, we write the deliverables. We do not write the deliverables. Okay. We define what it will be. No, it should be, or it shall be the content of the deliverables. We define clearly the purpose of the deliverable, the table of the content. How are we gonna see that we will have to actually write and work on that? The indicators that you will find actually in the beats that will measure the success of the projects and of the code. You compare the results with the targets, and you know what it should be the outputs you are producing after a while. And then we will reduce 6 months, 1 year, a big event in the middle of the project, the final one. Do you know what is expected clearly? And this is to compensate the fact that sometimes because of the experimental phase that Timoteo was mentioning before, we were like, okay, like a little, like a random walk, or if you prefer, like chickens with their head cut off. If you want to walking around, and then you would just, okay, you wrote what you did. And sometimes it's a little bit random. So the idea here, because we were requesting, it was requesting in the call, and we were talking to the commission, it's like, now you have to develop more clearly. That's why it's reinforced, and in the bid it says there are clear numbers, there are qualitative and quantitative indicators, so you can actually know exactly what is expected. But we will not write what we imagine. we will still fill in the content of that index, that table of content, as we move forward. And the idea that in 6 months you will have some months to build that well. Together, yes, together, and then there will be a time to review it all together and to say, okay, this is so far what we are doing. Does it make sense? Is it a good progress? By that time, by month 20, we are expected to be here. Where are we? That's the idea. So in a way, a little bit more professional. By the way, you were saying industrial contract there for the lump sum. But in the industry, people are keeping like how much time you're spending in this project, how much time, how is the progress, using this kind of project management approach to know how things are progressing. And that's the idea behind. So we will not write in 6 months all the variables and then just go to the beach in 3 kilometers from here. But we will just write what is expected to be there for sure. Yeah.
Just in completion of my first remark, just make sure that this does not delay the moment where we start doing things. That's the my word.
Going on that, realize that we had some time, for good reason, by the way, let's say a kind of random road at the beginning. And worse than delaying of 6 months, taking time to think what we should do and so on, here the question is being sure that we are going in the right way. And I think that 6 months to go to define together the right way for the 3.5 years, it's a good investment. And another point, clusters are already in the pipe, European Research Institutes are in the pipe, and so on. And there is already a kind of, I wouldn't say noise job, but there is a job that is already ongoing, and that will go ahead too in parallel. So the cluster will go on working together, will go on, let's say, deepening their mobility map and so on. So it will go on working in parallel with that. So this is mainly the idea. But one point for this, I told to some of you that maybe within the next 6 months, we will be, and it's strange coming from me, I have some feedback in you doing that, we need maybe to cool down, not only, to cool down a little bit, actually, the activity in EUt Plus, what for? A lot of people is tired here or there, I know that, it's a secret journal, but not only, in many, many teams. We'll have a lot of to do in parallel for extra, JEDI, sticks. The European Commission is expecting a lot of elements for the political decision. So we have a lot of to do in parallel, and teams are tired. So maybe we need to cool down a little bit, to take time to think, to wrap up what we did, to think about the next 3 years, what we should do, and so on. Taking time thinking, I think it's better than going to a catastrophe in 1 year, because people is tired, so upset, and at the end doesn't work. So maybe cooling down slowly for the next 6 months, being sure what we have as deliverable by the spring, and then going to the pushy speed. But it will not stop. Do you have other questions? Okay, do you want to add something? Yes.
Can you hear me okay? The question I have is about the importance of feedback. Like you're looking for consistency in the deliverables, that they should reach a certain standard. Have you built in time for feedback? And if someone has written their deliverable with the best intention, that's not quite what you're looking for, is there a feedback system that you've built into that? Because again, this ties into the issue with time. But in order to have that feedback delivered, to make sure the deliverable is standard, you do need some time to set aside to let this happen, which I think would solve the problem of consistency in deliverables, and also deal with the issue of time, because people, they're busy in other work, they tend to do things the last minute, that's human nature, but it's just trying to resolve that. Have you thought about that for the next stage?
Yeah, some words will be given by Rafa about this on the general point of view. What we will do it case by case. See which work package is working on what and who is in the work package. As we have seen the deliverable, we take time with the people. What I don't want to do is name and shame. I don't want to take a deliverable and to say, here you have a good example, here you have a bad example, because some of us are in the room and then it will be a catastrophe. And by the way, there was some deliverable when you have seen the form we are hitting. Maybe it was a bit of stress too, but it seems that. But the contents was very, very good, by the way. So where is the form, where is the content, what should be done? We prefer to have a case-by-case approach, just between the people who is, let's say, concerned with that, and not to make it public. Maybe we will organize some masterclasses explaining how we can do it, but in such a case, we will take deliverable from other alliances or other projects and use it as an example. But I would not take internal example just not to create, let's say, discrepancies and bad mood between colleagues. Not at all.
Maybe.
The sound is not
The sound is not coming out good. Okay, thank you. Yeah, yeah, it sounds so much more present.
Because it's you.
To complement, you said it. The fact that I think that it sounds a little bit biased, but okay. So to complement on that, there are planned internal reviews, there are external reviews, and there is this interim review and the final review 4 months before the deadline, so there is time to get all the feedback from the experts. By the way, we will invite experts that we know that they are the same experts that they will do the formal review for the commission. The same from the same list. From the same list.
Which is
Okay.
very long. Don't
Which is
forget.
very long. They will not be the same, because if they will be the same, they will have a contractual obligation not to do it. But what I mean that they are reviewing from other alliances, or we know them well, or people who were building URAs or things like that. So people really knowledgeable of that, and they will give us feedback with time actually to inject that feedback into the reports and to make it nice. So yeah. So hopefully that will answer.
Maybe you should show.
Yeah, I can move. It is actually, I know that this could lose the audience a little bit. How are we doing time-wise, Aristos? It is the time it was expected to stop, but shall we continue?
I think 10 minutes.
Probably we will hear when the lamb will be roasted. So okay. So yeah, it's pretty much connected to the questions you were asking from Sergio. And I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Patrick. Yeah. Okay. It's very much connected to that. So we will do this much more report on the progress, and we tried this in first one, and in fact it did not work well. We stopped doing it because it was not really telling us what's really happening. The idea is that we will go. There are some indicators of for achievement for projects, for work package, for tasks. So we will have to have this, let's say, multi-level approach to collect all that information. There are a few milestones, not too many, and usually they are connected to the provision of deliverables. So it's pretty much the same work. And the information about all these indicators and achievements, the outputs that you get there, must be present in deliverables. So basically, as we were explaining before, what rule real is like, this is what I was expected, this is what we did, we analyze what happened, is it good, not, we reach some conclusions, and then we say, what are we gonna do next? So we will have to include things like the relation between the task objectives, the plans, the methodology, the actions that are described in the beat, the expected impact. There is a section for impact there that you will find in the beat too, but you may need to complete it actually, because it's not let's say full. And they stress a lot from the European Commission that we have to provide very meaningful impacts. To put it in other words, this 1,000 million euros, something like that. You said billion, but I think you were
1.1 billion the total.
Billion, but we're speaking English, but is it imperial billion?
1.1 times 10 to the power 9.
Power of 9. So it's not really billion for most of us, right?
I don't want to owe it first.
That's what I'm
It's thousands of.
10 to 9.
It's a lot of money. We have to show that this money has been well invested, and we have to prove them, because there will be elections in June in the parliament, and they have to, they will stress a lot on that. Like, are we wasting the money with something? So show us the impact. So the connection with all that, with the indicators. So that some of the indicators will be, for example, we may have a very beautiful agreement on something, and that's very nice because it shows engagement and it shows something very important. But it is even better if you show how many students or how many staff they have benefited from that agreement. Deidre, you raise your hand. Yeah.
I'll just
Yeah.
Just a quick point on impact, because in my experience, it's very difficult to fit impact in retrospectively. So I think it's really important that an impact that we should get some training up front on it, that we're really clear about where the potential, what areas of impact that we can impact on, what it might look like, so that we can do it in advance, because you can't really fudge it in retrospectively, and that's what would happen in the end. We'll be just making things up, I think.
Excellent point. Timothy was saying maybe we will do some trainings on that. I think you said the word maybe. We'll definitely do some trainings on that. There are actually sections in the beat, if like you all know, like it says it's segmented the stakeholders for the impact and things like that. But well, eventually it is essential for us to show it, because if we don't show any impact, the rest is just for nothing. So the achieved one, the outcomes, and we will need to have something also like the output. The difference is the outcome, for example, of this session. It can be that we all learn something about the phase 2, and we all are more closer team together. Some of the outputs can be some preliminary documents of how we are going to organize the work. So this is the kind of things we have to differentiate too. There will be some monitoring tools prepared and presented for all to facilitate these regular reports to the board. So this is a task that it will be done also in task 1.2 for the project support office together with the SG. It will take a little bit of time to build, so it will be part of this, let's say, few months of cooling down, let's say, while some people are preparing for the next phase. And we will have, this is something that is stressed also a lot, is quality assurance review of the initiative. So not only building on the quality for our joint program, but for the whole initiative. So it was mentioned before in the slide, but usually it does not go. It's not highlighted that there is a quality assurance frame for alliances. It's a unique project, and it's something we will put in place. So the experts will have a frame to give us, evaluation for the dimensions that I mentioned there. We will get back to the more specific. And we will have also the assessment of the level of integration. Because in this call, the difference between this call and the previous one that we got, and we kick off in the year 2020, by the way, 2 years ago, more or less, there was the first physical meeting of EUt Plus. Yeah. And the motto was EUt Plus starts here. You remember that? Yeah. Although we started 1 year earlier, supposedly, but because it was the first physical meeting, it was starts here. The very same place for the kickoff. Well, not exactly the same, but the same country. It's a small island, but for the kickoff for the second phase, so it's like accelerate here. It could be a good note for that. So remember now. So for this second call, they are asking for deep systemic transformation of the institutions, and these words are different with respect to the first call. It means that we have to put in place a system to analyze whether this is happening. And this is also part of the STIX project. So we will have to, when we are reviewing, we will have to assess also which is the level of integration and harmonization of the members, how the decisions that are being made by directors here and the work of the working groups is here, how is this penetrating in the universities, and how is this impacting the people, actually the staff and the students of the university there. So this will have also a frame to evaluate that and how we progress on that. So this is about reporting. So hopefully it complements a little bit better what we were mentioning before. Regarding project management, ideally, as you know, such a kickoff will start with a presentation of the project handbook, some basic documents, data management plan, things like that. We do not have this ready for now because, in a nutshell, the same people who are to work on that are extremely busy closing phase 1 and preparing many things that are really mandatory for the contact that we have with the European Commission. So we will delay that a little bit. It's going to be at the beginning of phase 2 of the 2024. Sorry. In the meantime, we will work in the same kind of style as phase 1. In the work packages, in the new work packages, and the concept that we have, it's written also briefly in the bit, is that we were requested. It was one recommendation actually from the European Commission that we have to get a little bit more professional in project management in this second phase. So what we did is thought, okay, we could adopt the PMS square paradigm that is the one recommended by the European Commission, which is quite light. In the mean, it's not very deep project management with very strict and everything. So you can get some ideas from there, some the way you organize the milestones, the way you organize some templates, artifacts, so they call it, and just have this kind of plan, do, check, cycle that goes also aligned with what Sergio was commenting before, that you build a plan, quickly, let's say you check what it is, you react, and it's this kind of agile methodology, so we can quickly realize it's not that we do a plan for 4 years from now and then we just realize, okay, it did not work. We'll have to do this every semester. Yeah, some organization stuff, meeting types. This is something that is it is quite debatable, and there are many things happening like this also in EUt Plus. We have it's such a huge initiative involving at the moment in water there are like 1,200 people, 12, yeah, more or less like that. 1,200 people in water. It's a lot of people, but it will grow. It should grow. You heard Tina before. It should reach all the faculty as much as possible. All the faculties, all the students should involve 50% of the students in the long term. So it's going to get more and more challenging. So it means that we need, let's say, to ensure certain consistency in the work to avoid that, that the energy becomes entropy and then it gets a little bit fuzzy. I feel not comfortable talking about physical concepts with you here looking at me, but if you have questions on that, ask him, not me, okay? So we will need to make sure that we have, a joint view, that what is happening in one work package or committee or something is got visibility everywhere, these kind of things. And then if we go around with individual tasks here, it's much more difficult. So the idea is that we organize a little bit some of the meetings, help provide this global awareness, efficiency, and then the example now. But we didn't hear the chicken roast. Let me finish this slide, and then we will get there, okay? So meeting types, in a nutshell, there will be this kind of weeks, the EUt Plus weeks, physical meetings with programs, and the program chair will be the Secretary General, that always in interaction with the work packages, with the committees, the clusters, and so on. The idea is that the task will be balanced, like we need to make sure that everything progresses in such a way, so to avoid that, for example, very enthusiastic tasks they meet every time, but some other ones they never meet, and then it's a problem at one point. There will be a staff weeks for training, like we were mentioning before, that some kind of emerge, like we really need these, so okay, let's suggest it. Of course, like the corners, like the European Commission, other alliances, etc. And then there will be, of course, meetings derived from the proper actions of the initiative. If you are planning a conference on EDI, there's such a meeting also as well. And this is pretty much what is planned according to the beat. So as much as possible, the idea is we try to avoid to have, okay, there is only here, that is, very many spare meetings here and there that can somehow, sometimes what it happens is that it gives more entropy and it's more difficult to get this global awareness of what's going on and to follow up. So that's the spirit. I think this is the time. Yeah. It's a good moment, actually. Yeah. Because now it's you, I think. The next slide.
Okay, now it's the lunch time. So just to avoid congestion in the elevators, there is also a route outside. So it's better to follow from outside.
Which floor is it?
So it's downstairs.
It's downstairs.
Yeah.
Okay, so you either go via the elevators or there's a route with stairs outside.
And if you can we let staff?
Yeah, the staff will stay. The rooms are automatically locked. So
you can leave your staff with a U, but not your staff with an A. If you have questions, find me at lunch. Yeah,